Hey, Kitty for Hire's in here. Welcome. The homie from the west side. How do you like the new overlay? Feeling good, feeling great, looking good? Alright, let us start, Let's switch camera angles. Welcome everybody. Welcome. We have some good news, as you can see. Look at that. We got shirts. The first edition of the shirt. Audio nice. Let me know if you guys are hearing me all right. Everything's okay. Hello, audio is good. Thanks, Tina. All right. I think this is gonna be the last time I use this overlay, and then after that, I think I'm gonna adjust it. But I didn't have time to do that yet, but so far it's okay. Things take up. Oh, that's what that is. Okay. Things take up a lot of space. There's a lot of dead space, so I think I'm gonna adjust that, make that a bit better. Why isn't it switching? Oh, is it delayed? Oh, that's why it's delayed. Okay. Alright. So we should be all good now. Sweet! We did it! So, I don't know if you guys noticed, but on my, is that the purple and gray screen? Yes. I should be within the purple and grayish screen. It's like bluish purple. Also, an ad's gonna start in about 1 minute. So, let's switch camera angles and let's get this thing started. Well, no, I want to talk with you guys a little bit more. Nice merch. Thanks, Dad. Big Wolf Fack Electronics, Dad. Alpha in the house. He has to put that every time. I love it. Actually, there's a few more messages I'm gonna say I'll send out. See the Twitch link. I told the customer I'd let him know when I go live, and he seemed interested, like he wanted to watch as much as he can. Both Twitch and YouTube. Alright, one moment, fellow peeps. I'll be right back. All right, we are back. We are back. Hey! Let's lower that. Forgot the alert volume is like really loud. But that's nice. Welcome MGauze, appreciate the follow. That's actually the customer. So he's getting to watch me do this. It's really cool. Welcome. And things are popping this week. New layout, new lights, new shirt, new overhead. Progress. Thanks, Dad. We moving. We doing the thing. We're trying to do the thing. All right. But yes, this is the new merch here. Let me model it off real quick. Like the back, it has the company logo, just the logo, none of the words, and then it says join the pack on the bottom. So that's really cool. This is like a first edition prototype, which is going to be really awesome long term. I think we can make adaptations of it and adjust it and really get it popping, you know. But for now, this is a good one. Um, Gonna send out a few more messages and then we will begin. How's everyone's day been going? Well, it's night now. While I'm doing this, to touch base with you guys, how you guys doing? I'm watching the chat. Actively watching the chat. I take medium to expose my guns. These guys are doing. Oh my gosh, Dad. This man's modeling to the world. His muscles. He's got to show off his muscles. Oh, that's funny. I need one. Hey, Kitty for Hire. We got you. We got you. Here, let me lower my mic volume. It seems to be a little loud. I got you. This is just a prototype. Soon I think I'm gonna list them through maybe Squarespace or some other website. Or I might just do orders like privately through DMs for now until I get that all set up. But we can make that happen, Kitty for Hire. We can make that happen. Alright, last message. YouTube. This is the first time I'm actually streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. I will rep and out of Tampa. Yes, that's what we need. We need that exposure. I got you, Kitty for Hire. That'll help. I'll market it, or I'll budget it as a marketing expense. So what are we fixing tonight? So tonight is actually not a repair. It shouldn't be. It should be an upgrade. So the customer was looking for a way to play backup media. Because it's just super convenient. I mean, I know for myself, at some point I'll probably be doing all these mods to my own consoles because it gets a little rough having to, you know, take a discount. And I know this first world problem, but it does, after a while, when you have so many games, having to get up and switch them out, it can be a pain. It's just nice to have everything localized to the console. So the customer was looking to have that done. So that's what we'll be doing tonight. And this is actually a mod that I've been wanting to do for a while now. One of my cousins actually wanted me to perform this mod for him as well. So this will be a good time to see it done, at least on this version of the console. Now he has a different version. Here, I'll switch over to the overhead cam view. So this is like one of the OG Xboxes. This is in like an OG Xbox 360, excuse me. This was the Elite model, that's why it's in black. After this, Microsoft dropped the Xbox Model S for Slim. And then after that, there was like the Model E, which is like economy. It was like the super slim, or just a very toned down one in terms of cost for them to make it and produce it. So that's what we're working on tonight. Actually, so I've been looking. I have a guide saved for me to do this because really, and this is the most exciting to me. This is the first time I'm doing this mod. But after a certain point, when you've done so many, it's kind of not rinse and repeat, but the arithmetic is the same. It's like algebra. Once you know how to do it, you can just do it wherever you need to. So that's what we're working on tonight. Okay. So I bought this pack of resistors that we're gonna need. And of course, as I always do, I'm going to power on the console and just make sure it runs. Okay, we got the diodes we need, and I have a couple Raspberry Pis which we will need to program. So this is probably one of the more elaborate modifications, but once you get it done, you're kind of good from there. So this is a Raspberry Pi. I don't know if you guys ever seen one. This is the Pico, Raspberry Pi Pico. We're gonna tack on some wires to this thing, and then tack those wires to the Xbox's motherboard in order to perform this mod. It's cool, man. Raspberry Pi Pico. And then this was a 2-pack, so a 2-pack Shakur. Let's get this to the side. And let's go ahead and test. So we're gonna go over to the infamous side table. Actually, funny enough, the splitter I was talking about during my last stream came in. So I'm looking forward to using that and piping that into my capture card on the PC. And so that way you guys can see the raw footage coming off of a console when I'm running tests. And that way I can stay in this area in frame versus having to go back there. But it's a necessary evil for now. Alright, so let's go ahead and get this thing tested. Power supply, just in here, perfect. Xbox 360 wireless gaming receiver, okay. Man, I forgot how large the connector was on the original Xbox 360. They definitely shrunk it down quite a bit. Got that plugged in. We get a light. We do. We get our amber light on the power brick itself over here. Let's get power connected. Like so. And then HDMI port. Yeah. Get that connected. Let's turn this thing on. Let's see, power supply is green. Everything looks like it's getting ready to boot. Oh my goodness, I have not seen this launch screen in so long. Man, the nostalgia. Holy moly. That was an everyday process. But okay, this is enough. This is all I needed to see, is just to confirm that the console boots up. Just normal best practice that I think is good to do. Still feel it running. This thing just flash it. Turn off. Don't want to turn off all the way. Alright, there it goes. I'll feel the vibration from the fan. Alright, so next thing is we're gonna crack this thing open. I'll leave that on. Back in the days, we called those daughter card, not raspberry. Yeah, I could see that. I remember that. And, you know, there was different daughter cards for different things. A Raspberry Pi is actually a microcontroller, like basically mini electronic microcontroller board. And Raspberry is the name of the company that manufactured or that developed it. And I guess they outsourced the manufacturing. But it's a little card like this. This is totally necessary for this RGH mod. And the nice thing is, once I make one up, I'm gonna have it, and I can use this on other consoles. Alright, so let's AGT. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Managing two live chats. That should be fun. I have it all pulled up on my monitor here, but that's interesting. Wish there was a way they could all sync up. That's alright. Shouldn't be too much traffic. Alrighty. So RGH3 is the name of the mod. This is the mod to basically get your Xbox 360 into a state where you can perform the modification. So the first thing we got to do is identify the type of board we have. So there's four versions of the OG, or aka the FAT PHAT mother Xbox 360. So we need to identify which one this is, and then from there, RGH 1.2. Okay, and then from there we can figure out what we need to do. So, torque bits, just read the console. Alright, so let's see. Right now I'm just pulling up the guide I need. I found it earlier. Just gonna get it saved or pulled up. Alright, let's do it, let's do it. Alright, so first things first, we're gonna remove the hard drives. Just this button up here. And then, pop it off. See if I can move the camera a little bit towards me. Okay. Just like that. Place to the side. Next, we're going to take the faceplate off, which you actually do it through here. You push down, lift, just like that. Make sure there's no connections. Oh, the spring for this flap kind of went out. Oh, there it is. Here, let me grab the spring. I'll see about it if I can attach that, reattach that later. Spring for the faceplate. Faceplate down here. What is this? The memory card spot? Little flap. Oh, that's the spring for the memory card flap, not the USB ports. Well, I always love to see this. The warranty sticker is still intact. It's always a nice thing to see. Not so pretty. Alright, next we have to go through some holes to release the top. So, let me see if I can see that. Okay, I see them. Alright. So basically you gotta press down, push. Let me see if I can have something a little firmer. I don't think I will though. Actually, I wonder if I could use a SIM card removal tool. Okay, that's one. So we got the one. This one. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. You guys get to watch along with me. See how I go about my process of like disassembling these things. Alright, that's two. Get the other one from this end. See, it's a little more blunted. Yeah, like something like this. Nice. That's two. One thing I will say, Sony consoles are a little bit more straightforward about taking off. There we go. Nice. And all the clips are intact too. None of them are broken, so that's good. You know what? This console might be a good candidate for a repasting as well. I think I'm gonna have to as I'm going through it. Just swap out the thermal paste and something nicer. Alright, now we need to do the bottom grill, same way. This one, snaps are coming off a bit easier. Just like that. Ooh, a little dusty. Vacuum in here? Did I put it back on the charger? I put it back on the charger. I'll have to swing by and grab it later. Yeah, this console looks like it was never opened up, which is always a good sign. How often would someone... So Tina asks, or TM asked, how often would someone need to upgrade? Essentially as often as you desire. Something like this is an addition to the normal performance of the console. So at this point, if you're wanting to do this mod, it's just for convenience sake. So you don't have to manually swap out discs, you don't have to deal with discs as you want to switch between different games. It's kind of the main thing. Yo, hey, it's Lix. welcome. Oh yeah, Lex, this is the first time we're streaming on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. So if you want, you can swing by over on that side and see how it's going. But I know you like Twitch and you're used to Twitch, so this should be pretty cool. We here. Hey. Can't just easily apply. I see Kylie is in the chat on YouTube. Welcome. I wonder who Big GT is. I'm curious. Alright, so next we're going to go past the point. Dual stream, I like it. Thank you. Much easier for me. I know I'm a YouTube person too most of the time. Oh, MGOS just subscribed. Thank you. Appreciate the subscription on the YouTubes. So next, this is considered the point of no return, but to be honest, it's already the thing, because Microsoft doesn't warranty this console anymore, you know what I'm saying? The warranty sticker is basically right here, that's what this is. So as soon as you remove it, it's the point of no return, quote unquote, but that was a decade ago at this point. That's wild to say. So that is a while ago. I'm going to cut it. Just score the sticker. Lift it, actually. Lift it. They usually hide a screw underneath this, but I think Microsoft opted to just put it on a split seam. So that way when you remove it, it's going to be super obvious. Yeah, it's above one of the tabs that need to be lifted. So there's a tab similar to this one, this tab, but it's over here. All right. Let me get a shirt. Oh, MGauze, thank you. I appreciate the subscription, man. That's awesome. Yo, let's get a W in the chat if you're down. Let's put W's in the chat for MGauze. Yo, I'm the customer's son and want to say thank you so much. Oh, that's awesome. Nice to meet you, Big GT. Glad you could make it. It's nice to have you here. Now you can see exactly how it goes. Alright, I see W's coming through in the chat. W-mans. Alright, so now that we got the warranty sticker removed. Alright, so now we have 4 tabs that we need to lift up. On the front of the unit, there should be 4 tabs. So we see 1, 2, 3. Oh, and this edge one is 1. Okay. So for this, in order to protect the finish of the plastic, I'm going to use a plastic tool. Always good to use. So that way you protect the console's finish. You know what? I'm going to do this standing up so you guys can see. Just 1 tab there. I'm just going to keep applying a little bit of pressure. We got that one. Let's get this one. That one. And this corner one. The corner pocket. Alright, that's all 4. Just lift, just keep applying pressure so they don't re-snap. Alright. Refer to my guide. Lift the half up and then the console upright. Alright. So lift that. Console upright. And then remove the bottom half. Okay. Alright, so we got these 4 tabs removed. Now we got to do the same on the back side. guessing you just gotta push through some of these spots. And Microsoft picked an interesting way to go about doing this. And they kind of kept this style of clamps and hinges. Oh, my finger. My fingers. I could see someone just not even dealing with that and just harvesting the console out. But let's see. Okay, so we have 4 spots. Okay, I think I see them. Yeah, so there's one in the middle. Right here. Alright, that's one. Perks of having multiple spudgers. They tend to come with toolkits. That's kind of nice because kind of just have multiple tools to work with. Oops. All right, let's get that in there. Let's get another one. There should be one over here. But yeah, Lex, in terms of a shirt, I got you. Merch is on inbound. Honestly, I might think it might be better to use a metal tool because this plastic is too flimsy. It's just flexing. Alright. Let's get a metal tool, flathead. Back to the guide. 1 second. Don't want to break anything, so just be patient. Yeah, it's just push tabs. That's what I thought. Oh man, I'm starting to think I'm not sure if there's a way to do it without. 1, 2, 3. Alright, this thing is being a little annoying, but we will get there, I promise. I'm I'm just very particular about not damaging the finish as much as I can on any console. This one is just being a pain. Here, let me see if I can bypass doing that step. I don't think so. There it is. Okay. I see the tabs. Didn't realize this would be so difficult. If I did, I would have done it beforehand. I see the tabs. There's like these plastic tabs that we need to just press down. See, these I got. Try a different tool. This guy. Link from merch shirt is awesome. Yeah, Kylie, it's coming. It's coming. Prepare thy wallet. Nice. There we go. Jeez. Alright, I learned it. Holy moly. That should be a success story right there. Took way longer than it needed to. Okay. Next. Next. Alright, move that. We got that removed. Okay, next we need to remove the eject button. Alright, which is this guy right here. Let's get that. My smudger tool. Yeah. Alright. Eject button removed. $10.49. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a fun one. And I'm glad I'm doing it on YouTube for this one, so that way the VOD can stay up. Removing top half. Alright, so we got 6 screws, 6 T10 screws. T7, T10. Oh no, I'm getting my shirt dusty. You know, I always thought Microsoft had one of the better designs for once you're beyond the plastic housing. The plastic housings on all Xbox consoles can always be a little bit of a pain to get through. The 360 Slim had very similar. It's blowing me up. Oh, that's awesome. Appreciate that. Send in reads. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Check my phone. Let's get these screws on the magnetic mat. Alright, so we got the screw done. Now we can lift the other half off. So those screws were holding this half of the console on. So this should just lift up. And this side. Make sure nothing's snagging. This side. This side. Yeah, this guy is due for a cleaning. I use my motorized air device to get these dust bunnies out of here while I'm in here. I think I'll also grab my vacuum. I shall be right back. If you guys want, now might be a good time to use the restroom and all that jazz, but I'll be right back. And I'm back. Told you I'll be right back. Just went to go grab my hand vacuum. I love this thing. It's good for doing like light vacuuming. I know it's not the best audio feed for you guys, but it's so good to do. Alright. I'm assuming next would be the disk drive. The DVD drive. Oh, so it wasn't a CD drive at all, huh? Interessante. Let me click that up. Alright, so what we want to do now is remove the power and data cables, which is the SATA cable, for the disk drive in order for us to extract it. So here's the power cable. That's how it gets the voltages it needs. And then this other connector is the SATA connector. Yo, my man. Oh, okay. They used aluminum tape here. I wonder if I should peel it back or cut it off. Or just, make a slit so that way. I think I'm gonna go the slit method. That way it's a clean cut. That way. But then it's not doing its job of holding it. Peel it back. I mean, I have other tape I could use, but I'd rather do it this way. Nice. Alright, and that's the CD drive, DVD drive extracted. I wonder how many times this thing has spun a copy of Halo 3. That would be an interesting piece of information to know. Next, I will move those data cables completely. Fan shroud is next. So this fan shroud, we have 2 tabs to lift up, and then from there we can proceed. Man, this fan shroud just heavily tells me that Microsoft makes PCs. Like, they built the Xbox like a PC. Because this is something you used to see in old pre-built PCs, is these fan shrouds that funnel air exactly where you wanted it. That is not something you see on modern computers at all, whatsoever. That is such a retro thing. Alright. So this should come off. Yes, and it does. You know what? I'll take a bathroom break, and then I'm going to go in the garage with compressed air and really clean this thing out. Definitely repasting this. The way I'm seeing everything, definitely want to repaste and clean off the fans. And try to remove. Now we're going to remove the fans. Yo, you're doing it. Yo, you're doing it. Is this on the Slim? No, this is the fat Xbox. But arithmetic is going to be very similar. The only difference, B-Raw, is whether you use resistors or diodes, or a combination of the two. Yes. I call B-Raw, aka B Shamiya, because there's a song by ODB called Shimmy where he says he likes it raw. Ooh, baby, I like it raw. I guess I shouldn't sing that. That's not a very family friendly song, but yeah, that's the reference. I figured you get a kick out of that. That's the origin of B Shimiya. Alright, so we need to lift this. Hold on, let me double check. Can we just remove that shroud altogether or no? You just gotta lift it. Okay, yeah. Alright. So this thing is held in by tension and a few clamps, so just gotta pop it out like that. Man, talk about service. These fans are pretty dusty, but as expected from a console, on a console from like 2011. I'm gonna see if we can find a manufacturing date on this thing, whether it's on the disk drive or whatever, but I'm also gonna clean that off. Alright, we're approaching the point where we can take this thing out. I think so. Alright, we got fans out. Oh, okay. That's cool. So, not only is this the power switch and the ring light for the Xbox. Oh, B-Raw asks, will you install Aurora 2? I believe so. I mean, this mod is intense, but I think I can go the distance with it. So this is the RGH mod. I believe Aurora is the software, right? That lets you basically run... I'm not sure if it's gonna be Aurora, actually. But we'll see, we'll see. Not sure if it's Aurora that I'll be installing with this mod. It's the software, yeah. First time doing it, right? Yes, sir. That's when I'm so excited when it's the first time. I love when it's the first time of me doing something. I don't know what it is, but it's the most fun for me when it's the first time. And like I have to figure it out. It almost makes it a game. Now granted, customers probably don't want to hear that from me. You know, they expect you to know everything and do everything, but I feel like once you have a certain level, once your bar's at a certain point, you know what I mean? I don't need to recreate the wheel to know like how electronics work. They all pretty much work the same. Alright, let's get this power switch off. But this actually, I don't know if I have ADHD. Some people claim that I do, but when it's the first time I've done something, I don't know. It really gets me going. Like a lot. A lot. I've learned that about myself. I like a challenge. A challenge. Alright, so we got the ring of light. This is where the red ring of death comes in, baby. It just shines through the light diffuser, and that's what you see, these LEDs. Oh, that's cool. You can see the individual colors within it. You can see the green and the red LED inside of it. That's pretty cool. Alright, so this module is not only the power switch, but I believe it's the RF module. Yes, it is. So they integrated it into the same circuit board, which is smart. Saves space and time. What's so funny, Tina? You like the way I said excited? I'm so excited. Just can't hide it. That's actually a video game reference, me saying that. It's one of those if you know, you know, but I'll explain it anyway. It comes from Dragon Ball Z, the Budokai games. That's something Goku would say during one of the starting sequences of a fight. He would say, I'm so excited. Doing a light cleaning, light dusting. Alright, I'm gonna put this over here with the screws as well. Dragon Ball Z Budokai 2. Yep, Brian knows. Man, we have so many hours and memories in that game. Oh yeah, also I got my other light here for the webcam view, so my lighting should be a bit better. FYI, we have an ad starting in about 2 minutes. Probably have a good time to go get a drink. or use the restroom. Man, they put that many screws to remove the logic board? Are you serious? Come on. Soft of micro? What are you doing? Alright, let's get it. Let's get it popping. Brand new whip just hopped in. Got options. So we had 6 screws to remove the top cover. Now we have, of these silver screws, we have 9. It should be 9. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. And then we also have to remove these black screws, and then we're there. Your setting is looking better each time. Thank you. Don't want to be ignorant, and we're getting goals accomplished. If you know, you know. But no, always got to keep making movement, progress. That's what it's all about. Keep moving forward. This is a Kid Cudi song. Hey, B-Raw, what you up to, man? What are you playing? You still playing Yeast? Yeast? Yeast. As he says it. Yeast is actually spelled, that's how it sounds phonetically, but it's spelled Y-S. Like Y''S. Also, I wonder if Kitty for Hire is still in the chat. I haven't seen her chatting. Maybe she's studying for her upcoming exam or something. The homie from Tampa. Little Yeast memories of Selects now? Selects? Oh, Celceta. Yeah. Probably auto-corrected you. Yeast. So, fun fact. The user, BRaw92, is my cousin. And he's got a super deep voice. And he comes up with, every year he comes up with some saying that sticks for our family, where we say it like in my generation, where we'll just copy Brian, whatever he comes up with, and without fail, he always comes up with something, and then we just end up repeating it for like the rest of the year. So the one thing with the game Yeast is he just says it like that, like Yeast. It's like it's pronounced yeast. That's it, like almost like yeast, but without the T, like bread yeast. Like leaven, but he's got to come up with his Brian spin on something. That's always funny. It's always fun. All right, so next thing we're just removing the rest of the screws. Yo, you got me dying. Hey, you always have us laughing. I got you. It's funny because it's true. You know that's the case. It's just funny to hear it from a TV for once. We tell you this junk all the time. You know that. That's just one of them. There's so many more. Hey, Lugum, not gonna hold you, man. You kind of going ham. Oh man, that's funny. So you playing Memories of Celceta. Memories of Celceta. I think I have that one somewhere on my shelf of many games. Alright, B-Raw says, I'm also playing old games. Just beat Ape Escape on PlayStation. Such a good game. You know what? I have a memory of going to Stan the Man's cousin's house. I think it was Alan. And I remember playing it or watching them play it. And I always thought the game was interesting, but soundtrack is super tight. Yup, it's Alan. Yeah. I remember that. He had a PS1. I remember playing Tekken at his house, like Tekken 3, I think, or Tekken 2. It wasn't the first one. I think it was 3. Yeah, I have memories of that. They also had Rayman. That's a memory. I don't know why I was there. I just remember being there. It was like 1 or 2 times or something. I can't even recall if that was back in the day. Dang, you remember that? Wow. Yeah, man. I don't know. When it comes to memories revolving around video games, I typically remember them. Yeah, it feels loose, but that's alright. Alright. So Microsoft decided to make this super snug from what I've researched, so it's gonna take some persuasion. It's gonna take some persuasion. Oh, okay. It's already starting to give a little bit. That's not too much persuasion. Hey, it's Crystal. Oh, nice. That's what's up. Alright, we got some persuasion of the Xbox variety. Alright, so where are you not letting go? Release thyself. Release. Release. Oh yeah, also guys, we have an upcoming collaboration tomorrow, so stay tuned. I don't even know if I should be saying this, but yeah, we have an upcoming collaboration tomorrow. You'll see it. You'll see a post of mine in the future, and you'll get to see all the details. But I'm leaking the information myself, because if I leak it, someone else can't leak it. So I leaked it. Now what? You can't hide. Nothing's a secret if you share it with everybody, right? Yeah, this is also a candidate for a good air compressor treatment, a breathing treatment, no nebulizer. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Board is out. We still have some disassembly to do. We need to remove the heat sinks. Thank you, Tina. Also, TM in the chat is also the reason why I got this shirt, which is super cool. Dad had the idea of putting it on the sleeve since I'm always kind of facing the camera this way, so it's on my sleeve. Man, this it's so cool to have your own brand on a shirt. Like bump Nike. Well, let me not say that because you never know. I didn't mean that, Nike. I'm sorry. But what I mean is it's cool to rock your own brand. Like that's awesome. That'd be cool to do like collabs with other brands and then you see your logo. I don't know. Something about that is just it fires all the synapses. Really gets you flowing. Alright, so we got the logic board out. Graphic CPU. Alright, so next thing I want to get the heat sinks out of my way. These big old pieces of aluminum, if Apple made it. If this was an Apple device and not a Microsoft device, it'd be aluminum. Yeah, this vacuum can't get in those crevasses. You know what? I think they make a vacuum, and you guys can let me know. You know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they make like a small vacuum that has like bristles on it. So you can just like kind of, it's almost like for dusting off keyboards. I don't know if you guys have seen that maybe on TikTok or something. Let me know. If you got the link, plug it. Because that would be clutch for getting in these tight spaces. But overall, the board looks good from what I'm seeing. Especially this bottom side, man. Look at the difference. See how the dust kind of discolors the top side? You see that? Look at the bottom side, how green it is. It's like kind of like the original color of it, green and shiny. But the dust kind of does that to any electronics. It creates like a coating, like a film. That's alright. Alright. So we need to remove these X clamps. One's for the GPU, one's for the CPU. Alright, with this orientation right now, which side do you think is the GPU and which side do you think is the CPU? Put it in the chat. I want to get you guys used to making wagers. Soon we'll be making wagers with channel points and winning more channel points. And the beautiful thing about channel points is if you accumulate enough of them, I'm willing to let viewers turn those in for a discount on repairs. So let's say your PS5 breaks or your PS5 is overheating, you can use those channel points to, you know, circulate back into the community and get a discount. So I like to reward people and give incentive for watching. But based on the sizes and the dimension of the heat sinks, which side from this view, from the bottom view, do you think is the GPU and which side is the CPU? I want to see at least one answer in the chat. Just one. Think the tall one is CPU, shorter one GPU, or the other way around? What do you guys think? What do y'all think? Where is? Oh, they're right there. Okay. Now you got the shirt, cool. But when you get the hat now, is that going to work out with the headphones? Yeah. First, all right. CPU large one. Okay, okay. So Michael M. Gauze, and that's so cool that you subscribe because you have the founder badge next to your name. But left, which one? All right, so Mike or M. Gauze, which one do you think is, or on the left side, which one is that one? So Dad is saying the larger one is the CPU, and M. Gauze is saying Mr. Gauze. I like that. That sounds dope. I like that. Almost sounds medical almost. But Mr. Gauze thinks the left one is the CPU. Okay, so that's 2 for CPU. Alright, let's see. Let's see. Soon I'm gonna I can't wait to set up polls. That's gonna be the next thing in the stream. And then when you wager, you actually win more channel points, which you can use towards another repair attempt. Repair service, not attempt, but service. Alright, let's get these X clamps off. Microsoft loves their X clamps. Alright, so everybody's thinking this one is the CPU. I'm actually going to mark it. I'm going to put CPU. Question mark. Alright, let's do a reveal. Let's do the right one. Alright, that's one side of the X clamp, and you want to be very careful doing this and do your best not to slip, because if you slip and knock off a component, it's not going to be a fun time, I'll tell you that. You also have to be careful not to take off any of the silk screen or the coating. That's why you can see me slipping off, but I'm doing it at a certain angle to make sure I don't slip into the board. I slip into the air. Ah, these X clamps are like the bane of my existence sometimes. Why couldn't they just use screws? Like, and these things are threaded, but I get it, because they use the screw to hold it to the main shroud. Let me try a different angle. Almost there. Getting this X clamp off. Good. You know what? I'm gonna have to invest. There's like a specific tool, I believe, that helps with taking these off. Almost looks like a little spatula. I wonder. Excuse me. If I use a flathead, I'll get better outcomes. Stick a flathead here. Oh yeah, that's way better. Way easier. Work smarter, not harder, people. Alright. This isn't a big deal, but I like to do this. I like to know the orientation I took it off at, so I can put it back the same way. Do this one. Said my allergies are acting up from the dust. That's funny. I put a $1 on large one. Okay, you're waging money. Well, alright. CPU. How about one of those car upholstery plastic tools? Oh, like a prying tool? I could see that. My only concern would be it deforming. Alright, so this will let us know. We will know after this one. So, one X clamp removed from the flat one, the long flat one. Let's see what we get.
gonna have to clean that off to see the brand on it. Actually, here, I'll take the other one off too. Oh yeah, this method is so much better. Alright. I mean, just looking at the capacitor density on this one, I think our wagers know a thing or two. But we still don't know. It's nice and dirty, right? So we're gonna have to clean that off. I know. You guys were right. You guys won the wager. Good job. How about one of those? Good job to Mr. Gauze and Wolfpack Electronics Dad. Um, Good job to you both. It's a no-brainer, man. Well, I gotta make it somewhat engaging. And here's how we know, right? So this component is the CPU. We know because it says Microsoft on it. And we know this component is the GPU because, well, let me clean it off so you guys can see it. But I can see it at this point, but I know the camera may not pick it up. I believe it's going to say AMD or NVIDIA. Man, this thermal compound is super thick. Jeez Louise. Oh wait, actually, man, this stuff is some serious thermal compound. All right, I think I might have to scrape this off with a a plastic tool. No brainer. All right, so let's switch over to the microscope cam, and I will show you guys what I'm seeing. Uh-oh. Why? Here, let's go back to the overhead view. Let's figure out why this microscope cam is not doing what it's supposed to do. So Alright, I should be back. Thank you, M. Gauze, for letting me know. For whatever reason, when I reconnected the microscope camera, it detected it as an audio device as well, and it grabbed the mic input. But thank you for letting me know. I very much so appreciate that. I'm over here cracking jokes, and you guys not hearing them, man. Wasting material. Let's do this. Man, this stuff is super tacky. It's taking a while to like clear off. We're getting there though. So give this thing a dusting. Real soon we're going to turn this Raspberry Pi into a device that lets us hack this thing. Or hijack it. Hijack the software. So then we can install what we want to on there. Whew, shouldn't have done that one. Okay. Oh yeah, that's looking a lot better. Man, on my fancy new shirt. That's alright. Part of the business. Alright, so those are looking a lot better. A little bit more. Alright, now let's get on with the mod. Alright, so first things first, we need to identify the console. I mentioned this earlier. So essentially, you can figure out which console you have based on the power port. So based on this power port, we have a Jasper console, which is, we need to use RGH 1.2. Okay. RGH 1.2, huh? I think it's a Jasper, but I could be wrong. Nope, you're absolutely right. It is a Jasper. all FATs, we need one diode and one 22K resistor. So what part would you find difficult to do? So what part would you find difficult to do for this modification, B-Raw? I think, honestly, I don't really find any part of it difficult to do. It's just understanding the instructions and following through. I guess the part that would kind of be not hard, but something that has to be done is setting up this Raspberry Pi. So that's going to be the next thing of this mod operation. Opening it, yeah, that part was probably the hardest. You're not wrong, Mr. Goss. That part was, geez Louise, that took longer. Because I'm like worried about really damaging it, but the way Microsoft designed it, those tabs are like really in there. Yes, but you're right. Funny enough, that was the hardest part. Everything else should be pretty straightforward. So right now I'm looking for a micro USB cable, because I will need that to connect the Raspberry Pi to my computer in order to flash it. And it's been a while since I've had to use one of those cables, so I'm going to make sure I have a good one. Oh, I do, right here. Perfect. I know this one's good. This is the one that came with the M Classic, this red USB cable right here. So let me connect that to my PC, and then we're going to flash the Raspberry Pi and tack on the wires we need. Extras that zip. Excuse me. So yeah, okay, could you mess something up? Well, with any type of mod of this nature, yes, ultimately you can. To answer that question, if you do something out of order, you don't double check your steps, you rush, all of those things could lead to you bricking a console, especially with something like this. It's actually part of the risk you take with doing mods. But another thing that makes me build confidence in doing things like this isn't like a fresh exploit or a fresh mod. This has been on the market for a very long time. I mean, Xbox 360s came out in 2010, 2011, and it's to the point where the mod has gotten better and better. So before, there was another mod chip that you needed to add. All reasons I'm not doing it myself. Totally understand. And that's kind of the clutch part about being a company, and I've realized that sometimes it's not just about, oh, people can't do it or whatever. Sometimes people like the comfort in knowing that, you know, someone else is doing it, and then, you know, there's warranties that come with it, which I always warranty my work because I stand by my work. So totally get it, man. There's risks. It's like I say, anybody can work on a car, you know. It's just how much risk are you willing to take? But yes, Brian, or B-Raw, to answer your question, always, something can always get messed up. And these days, there's this guy named Murphy who's always lurking behind you. Alright, so let me look at these requirements. Framework, okay. Executable and support files. Pico. I would share my screen with you guys, but this screen is pretty cluttered with all the stream overlays. So take my word for it. I'm watching a guide, and we're gonna get this thing popping. Now's a good time to ask questions though, because I can reply relatively quickly. In fact, here I'll switch over to chatting cam. Actually, I like the overhead cam view a little bit better. Add CMC right support. Go flash. Go flasher. Yep. Extract. Actually, I still need to figure out which Corona version it is. Basically, I guess there's some capacitors on the board that we'll take a look at. I wonder if that's just on the slim units. Yeah, that is on the slim units. Okay. Alright. Ad's gonna run in about 5 minutes. Or sorry, in about 2 minutes. Alright, so right now I'm going to be flashing the Raspberry Pi Pico. That I kind of want to show you guys. So here, let me change the camera angle so you guys can see. This is a Raspberry Pi Pico. I have it connected to my computer with micro USB-B. In order to flash this thing, you have to hold the boot cell button down while you plug it in. So I'm going to unplug it. The boot cell button is right here. It's this little white button. Hold it down and plug it in. Now it comes up as like almost like a USB storage device, so a thumb drive. Turn these two in the Pico. And then copy these to my desktop. I don't ever like having anything on my desktop, but that's alright for now, temporarily. Will it need an external hard drive? So Big GT in the YouTube chat asked, will it need an external hard drive? I think we will cross that bridge when we get there. I'm curious to see if it's come a long way where you could just use like a flash drive. And I want to look into maybe the formatting. But depending on how many backup games you want to have, yes. I'm curious to see if you can just use the internal one. I think that's only an 120 gigabyte hard drive. Highly recommend an SSD though for something like this. Highly, highly, highly recommend an SSD. But we will get there, and I will let you know, Big GT. I got you. All of them. Yeah, it's always nice to have all your games backed up. Alright. See. So now that I've connected this thing in the flashable form, I'm going to drag a file on top of it. The file format is a UF2 file. Man, here's itchy. Okay, where's the UF2 file? Click and drag the UF2 file to the Pico in your file explorer. These things aren't properly labeled because Windows likes to remove file extensions. 1 second. Ah, there it is. Okay, found it. Alright, so we're gonna load this thing on here. Instructions. Drag and drop the U2 file to the Pico and automatically unmount. So yeah. Wow, that was quick. You literally just drag a file onto the Pico, the Raspberry Pi Pico, this thing in my hand, and boom. So now I should be able to run the flasher software for flashing the actual Xbox, and it should detect the Pico boot as a NAND flasher. Alright, JR runner. Yep, sure did. Wow, that was easy. Okay. Again, still easier than opening the console. Still way easier than opening up the console. Here, just so you guys can see it, I'm going to show you guys the my screen here. So this is what the JR Runner software looks like. So this software is going to allow us to read the NAND. Which I forget the acronym for NAND. Actually, let me look that up while I have you guys here. And here's the guide I'm following. It's an open source guide. So NAND, meaning not and logic-based hardware. Oh, so it's just gates. Okay, yeah, NAND gate. Alright. So you have to understand Boolean logic a little bit to get it, but that's what it does. It's just going to read that NAND off of the Xbox, and then we will know how to proceed from there. So let's switch back over to the overhead view because we're going to need to tack on a few wires onto the Raspberry Pi in order to read the NAND. So we need to make a connection to the motherboard of the Xbox now. That's what we got going on right now. Man, I love doing stuff like this, man. This is fun. Alright, turn on console motherboard, follow guides. Yep. Seems that. Consideration diagrams. Future consideration. So we have the fat motherboard. And no, I'm not being mean. It's called the fat motherboard. PHAT. Which used to stand for pretty hot and thick, but I'm not calling an Xbox that. Now that's weird. Pico wire diagram. 60s. Okay, so I might have to make two versions of the Raspberry Pi. It looks like there's one for the fat Xbox 360s and then one for the Slims. Well, good thing this was a 2-pack and it came with two of them. Alright, let's switch on over back to our overhead view. Oh, we are on overhead view. Okay. Just a little delayed. So we have 1, 2 that go there. Good thing I have a bunch of different wiring colors. I think I have all 7 colors that are needed. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I only have 6 colors. What color am I missing? Oh, I'm missing orange. Darn. See, I have this kit of wires, solid core bus wire that I can tack on. Alright, so this is where the soldering skills come in. Let me see, how big are these connections? Very big. I might use my smaller soldering iron for this actually. Does it have a wedge tip? No, it has a curved conical tip. I'll replace that with a knife tip. Alright, solid connection. Get that turned on. I'm also going to get a little bit of water for my sponge. Be right back. I need to get a little bottle so that way I don't have to keep getting it. I'll be right back, guys. I'll still be on comms though. Just grabbing some distilled water. Alright, we are back. The syringe I used like a syringe. I put all those syringes. You know, fun fact, I used to never be someone who liked to use water to clean off my soldering iron tip. But after I went and did that IPC training course, I'm a believer. get these heat sinks out of the way so they're not in my path. Getting to the soldering iron. And let me close this door. Alright. Okay, let's move this to the side for now. Actually, yeah, I'll tack on the wires onto the Raspberry Pi first, and then we'll go from there. I make the runs pretty long too. More than I need. Alright, so first wire for position number 1. Actually, I might start from the bottom. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Man, I don't have orange. Do I have any other color? That's maybe not orange. Let's see, what is this? Yeah, these are all duplicate colors. Darn, man. That's alright. That means 2 wires are gonna be the same color. That's okay. I'll keep track. It would have just been nice not to have to think about it. Make it a no-brainer. I'll make it white. Oh, yeah, white. That's one color they don't use. So we're gonna give plenty of slack, plenty of room. And this is 30 gauge wire, solid core, so we're just gonna strip it. Just make that a little bit shorter. Alright, so this position, first position here. This is, through the guide, this is being called position 7. So that's what we'll call it. For soldering something this big, I don't need my microscope. So, just gonna add flex. Actually, keep that near me. Soldering iron. These over here. Solder. 808. Let's tack that in. Oh, some of the insulation came through. Here, I can show you guys what I'm soldering here. Is that high? There we go. Boom. It's one solder connection. So the first color is white, the next one is brown, but I don't think I have that color. No, I have black, but no brown. Red, green, blue, white, brown. What can I use as a replacement for brown? I think I might use black. And I'll use green. It's far enough away from the true green based on the guide. But ultimately, the color does not matter. As long as the connections are getting where they need to be. Oh. Go back to overhead view. I'll show you guys myself cutting this wire. In fact, I can just put this side in. And then measure it. No. I'm gonna snake it through the front side. All these positions have little holes. So basically like through hole solder joints. This is like some of the easier soldering to do. Or straightforward. Let me not say easy. Straightforward soldering. Dealing with you. Cut you off. Wanting to go any way you want. We have that next position of solder. Add a little bit of flux. Is it super necessary for a fresh solder application of this size? No, but it's just a good habit of mine. Like that little straggly. Get you out of there. Alright. So after green, we did 2 wires. We have 5 more to do. So next one is yellow. Next, we're going to tack the yellow wire down. Tip. Alright, that's yellow. We have a few more to do. This next wire is red, then black. So you do the same thing, strip this red wire. Okay, we got the red wire through the hole. I don't think I'm going to add flux this time. I don't think it's necessary. It's red. Next is black. So after black, we have blue, green. So again, what we're doing is basically making our interface to the Xbox to load the files we want. Blue is tacked on. Last but not least is green. You know, we used it further down as a replacement color for brown because I don't have brown. So we're all the same. It's green again. Wire. Now we're gonna find places to tack it on to the motherboard. Alright, let me touch up that position down there. Doesn't have to be perfect, but this one looks rough. I don't like it. Let's clean that off. Tin our tip. Put it back. Okay. So now we have our Raspberry Pi with our necessary wires attached. So all this is. So now we need to put the wires where they need to go on the motherboard. Now I want to make sure I see. Oh, Wolfpack Electronics Dad said, how do you access this daughter card to the motherboard? How do you secure this daughter card to the motherboard? Actually, Dad, this daughter card is only needed temporarily. If kind of like what I did with the ColecoVision, I used double-sided tape. That's usually my method. It's super tacky, it gets the job done, it's not very liquidy. You just got to cut it to size, put it on the back, and then it also acts as an insulator. But for this one, this Raspberry Pi is pretty much going to get used to accomplish a goal, and then the rest, it'll basically be native to the motherboard at that point, or to the Xbox. So this is kind of a as needed per console. Got you, yeah. I guess really a lot of people when they do this mod, they don't take the heat sinks off because you do need to apply power. Alright, once you're happy with the points, a little point. Right. To connect your NAND reader cables, wire up your RGH3 cables. Okay. So now what we're gonna do is wire up, like I mentioned earlier, we're gonna wire up the Raspberry Pi to the motherboard. I'm curious, does it just detect it as soon as you plug it in, or do you have to do something? Oh, it detects it right away. Oh crap, I didn't mean to press that. Did it do anything? Okay, nice. Man, Raspberry Pis are awesome. They're very useful little gizmos. Alright, so this diagram isn't super detailed, but I think we'll be fine. So C2B12, J2B1. So, put this back, even though I'm going to need that. I'm going to put my wiring back where I keep it. I'm going to clean up some clutter. Okay. So we're going to need the motherboard. We need to identify those positions. This way. See the bottom side? Is it on the bottom side? Oh, let me dust this off. Very light dusting. Okay. Ow, my knee. Excuse me. Looks like the point is near the processor. Let's see. J2B1. J202. Oh, is this it? Ah, here we are. J2B1. The picture of the processor in the diagram is like for a different version, so that was throwing me off. I'm like, man, I can't find what they're showing in the picture, but I found it. You know what, just to make room for myself so I don't have to deal with these, I'm gonna remove these cables. The DVD drive cables. One is the SATA, and one is the power cable. I'm gonna put those over here by the external hard drive. Right here, I'm gonna show you guys what I was talking about. So this chip right here looks like this on this board, but on the guide looks like this. You see, metal. I think this is a no, it can't be a slim console because this is for the Fat 360s. So that's what was going on. That's all. Excuse me. All right, let's get to tacking some wires. Okay, that's good. So we need to tack 2 wires to these positions. We need to tack wire 1 and wire 2. And then the other one is near like a memory controller, almost like around here. J1D2, is this it? J1D C205. Is this C205? C206. C1D1. Make sure this is the right position. Always double check before you start tacking wires. Okay, so the areas I need to work in, I'm just going to mark them so I know. So we have one area here, and this area here.
Pi. Keep the Raspberry Pi over here. First wire, wire 1. Gonna strip some of the insulation back again. Goes top row 1, 2, 3. Okay. Gonna need the microscope for this one. Alright, so we're gonna tack this wire, which is position 1, right here, in this slot right here. So right here is where this wire is gonna go. Actually, let me shorten that a little bit. Here, yeah, that looks good. Nice little bead of flux. Lift my iron out. Iron's getting nice and toasty. Let's clean it off. Clean. Gonna have to add flux. Oh, nice. It pulled the flux through. But I'm still gonna add some. This is a good connection, but I'm just gonna add it. And then if I gotta reposition the wire, I will. There we go. And add that just like this. Push it through. 1 wire down, 6 more to go. The next one is position 2, which is a blue wire. Position 2. Position 2 goes right below it. Is where this next wire needs to go. So right here. Let's just say column 3, row 2. You know what? I'm gonna add the solder first. And then so we got this blue wire. Get out of my way. Flux. And the wire. Boom. So that's those 2 wires. We have 5 more to do. So the next wire, which is wire 3, is black. I'm assuming that's ground. And that's over in this region of this region right here. So it goes bottom, all the way bottom left, all the way bottom left. Oh, this is a little cramped. We got these electrolytics in the way. That's alright. Nothing we haven't dealt with before. You gotta get all surgical with this stuff, you know what I mean? Make it fun. Okay, so we're gonna add some solder here. Nice. So we need to add the black wire here. I'm just pre-adding flux now. Get the black wire. We're gonna strip that back. That's one wire added. You know what? While I'm here, I'm just gonna add flux to all the necessary positions so I don't have to keep doing it each time. Okay, so we have 2 positions on left and 3 positions on right. So we got one there, one here, and one here. So let's just add our flux or our solder now so we don't have to keep doing it each time. Because what's going to happen is the more wires we add, the more crowded it's going to get. So kind of want to avoid that. Alright, let's make sure there's no shorts. Nice. Alright. Now we can just speed run adding our wires. So the next wire we're going to add is red, which is in position 4, which it is. Verified by yours truly. Alright, wires added. I know the lighting isn't the best at reflecting off that flux, but you guys can see the 3 positions we need to solder to. Next one is position number 5, which is top, which is yellow. Alright, good connection. Next what we're going to do is actually pin 7 according to the mod sheet, which was my white wire. And that's what we're going to do next, because physically soldering to the next pin makes sense instead of having to skip one just to do them in order. It's just the way it's wired, but in arithmetic, I'm going to do this next one because I'm not trying to work in between wires. That gets annoying very quickly. Ask me how I know. Just do it, I dare you. Ask me how I know. I'm not going to say it until you ask me, but if you do, I'll tell you. Nice. And then last but not least is our second green wire, which we used as a substitute for the brown wire according to the guide. And I'm so glad I removed those extra RAM sticks from my PC. My PC's been running a lot more stable with 64 gigs of RAM instead of the 128 taking up all 4 slots. Seems like running off of 2 slots is optimal for DDR5 PCs. Alright, that's all our wires for the Raspberry Pi. Complete. So all our wires for the Raspberry Pi are complete. I'm gonna, oh boy, that one wire is shorter than the rest. Oh no, I just have my finger on it. Okay. Alright, well, should have made them proper length, but that's alright. This is fine. Let's see which one is the shortest one. Looks like black is the short, no, green. This green one is the shortest one. Okay. Well, it's close enough to reach the USB cable. Alright, so that's one step down. The next step is to connect your NAND reader cables, wire up the RGH3 cables. See below for installing points. Alright, so next we need to place a 22K resistor on the PLL point and solder your wire to the other side of the resistor. To the other side of the diode. Alright, he's not the... Okay. So PLL, bottom, alt, PLL point. No, I'll just do everything top side. Or bottom side, excuse me. SMC post 1. It places 22K resistor. Alright, so first things first, let me get a 22K resistor, which I have in this resistor kit that I bought. Should have all the values I need. I need 22K. Boy. Thing's busting out the wrapper, man. 5K. Oh, they didn't put it in order? What the heck? Oh, here they are. Alright. 22K, half a watt, 40 pieces, plus or minus 5%. Good. Should be everything I need right there. Alright, so we got the resistor we need. And we also need a diode. Which, if you were here for that one episode where I explained diodes, you'll kind of understand what that is. It's a 1N4148 diode. The cathode end, which is the negative end, or the black end, black banded end. And here's our diode. I don't even know if the camera can pick it up. Thing is so small. There it is. It's our diode that we need to install. Alright, so we got our diode. Might as well just grab the resistor. I don't need to have all 40 of them out, taking up space, cluttering my work area. This resistor. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Mean to blast your guys' eardrums. Okay. So I think I understand. Excuse me. Okay, I understand. Oh, he used the surface mount resistor. Yeah, actually, that's probably pretty clutch. I don't know why I didn't think to get surface mount. It probably would have made my life a little bit easier. So what I'm going to do is identify the mounting points that we need, and then circle them, just like I did earlier. Man, those traces are so tiny. Cute little traces.
one wire here. Okay, so one wire. That's where a diode goes.
FT6U7, FT6U1, FT6U6. Sound like Lilo and Stitch. Project 626. So we got this one. Alright, so that's one point. The other point is way up here. I don't think I'm gonna switch to microscope view because the board is really high. But overhead view should be okay. So there's a capacitor. What is that? C3P3? Yep, C3P3. Capacitor is right over here. So there's C3P3, and the point we need R3P7. R3P7. Okay, so it's the next one. It's right here. Alright. So that's for the diode connection. Those are the 2 points. Now for the PLL connection, we need to go. So two wires, traces. So it's over in this region. Let's see, what's the TP7R3? So to the right of TP7R. Alright, there's TP7R4, there's TP7R3. I see it. Let me see if I can show you guys. Oh, nope. I had a feeling it's gonna be super blurry. Yeah. Okay, I'll just go to overhead view. So TP7R3, there's a little position of 2 capacitors. Okay, so I think I see the spot. So 1, 2, 3 is this spot. Man, that's tiny. And man, that's like in a not so ideal spot. Alright, well, we're gonna make that junk happen. Make it happen. Okay. And then the other spot. Oh, I should have used a different color. That's alright. That's alright, I don't need to. I have the guide. The next one. So we gotta bring the wire through to a topside position, DB1F1. So we're gonna flip the board over. DB1F1. Oh, okay, I see it. It's right over here. DB1F1. Oh, I can put the resistor on that side, so that way I only have to tack the wire on the other side. That's nice. So this one is going to need the 22K resistor. So, do I have heat shrink in here? I might need to go out to my garage and grab some heat shrink. So we got the resistor. Shorten this leg. This resistor.
so that's the point we're trying to solder to.
I'm gonna attach a resistor. I'm gonna attach a resistor to that point. First thing I'm gonna do is attach a wire onto the other side just to make it easier. Let's see. Lay this flat and still make contacts. No. Okay. This. Why they use blue wire? Alright, let's get blue wire. Some blue wire for this PLL connection. This is for installing the RGH3. Sorry about that. Okay. Tack this together. Tin them. Some tinned. Quick little lap solder. Lap solder joint. Gotta add flux to this thing. That looks good. Next, we're going to tack a wire to that test point. We're going to loop it through. Always got to get some of that flux. It's my cousin Stanley's favorite stuff. That meme will never die. I won't let it. Not bad. Not the best solder joint, but it'll get the job done. Here, I'm gonna show you guys. That solder joint right there. Tacking that resistor to this test point, and I marked it, so that'll work. It's a solid enough connection. Now we need to run the wire through the board. I see these two circles. There's one circle we could run. I wonder, do these stay? Do these wires need to stay there? Because if so, I will definitely use heat shrink. I think those wires might need to stay there. If that's the case, I'm going to use heat shrink. I'll be right back, everyone. Just going to go run to my garage, grab some heat shrink. Now would be a good time to use the restroom.
But stay tuned. We'll be right back. Alright, we are back. Man, I bought this heat shrink so long ago. Still have it. Still have it. Good stuff. Remove this resistor that I installed. Alright, I'm gonna put this heat shrink tube right through. Oh no. Sounds like you can only put it one way. I don't have any tweezers. Fill in the next one. Yeah, that. Let's get some heat going. Some people use the soldering iron. I'm not one of those people. Use a heat gun. It works for people. All we're gonna do, get this heat shrink itchy. There it goes. This is one of the main reasons why I wear gloves, is to protect my itty bitty fingers, my money makers. A little bit more protection, that's all. There, stay put. Okay, now that this thing is insulated, I won't have to worry about it just in case. Because I'm not seeing in the instructions if it needs to stay there indefinitely. So we go through this hole.
feels so much better knowing that it's insulated. Don't have to worry about it. Now it'll be protected. Any short circuits like that. Alright, let's get this solder joint remade. Alright. Let's protect it. I'm gonna route this around and tape it down. Nice. Here's my tape. My Kapton tape. Put it down here. Put it in this drawer. And the drawer. Nice. Dad was asking, oh, how are you going to secure it? Just like this with Kapton tape. that wire tacked on the other side, and then we need to do the diode connection. Gets attacked to this solder. Alright, excess blue wire. Let's get this thing ripped ever so slightly. Ever so slightly. Let me switch up the playlist. Get some different tunes going on in here. And it's to the point where I'm like more used to soldering with gloves than without them. Alright. That connection is good. Let me clean off around it just to make sure. Where's my swab I was using? Oh well. good with that solder joint. I'm gonna put another piece of Kapton tape and then we'll make the diode connection. Man, this mod takes longer than I thought. Sorry, this one in. Pretty cramped in this area, so I just want to make sure I don't have any shorts. Alright, cool. Nice. We're getting there. We're getting there. Alright, let's make that other connection with the diode. Do a very similar process. Except this time it should be more straightforward. It's a little bit easier to deal with, which is nice. Let's see. Okay. Would this fit through?
Oh, bro, B-roll said intricate stuff for sure. So $80 justified, right? Oh no, he's bringing up the Switch debate. Oh no. Excuse me.
I mean, in my opinion, I say we wait and see what the game really has in store. Like, there's got to be a reason Mario Kart is that expensive, you know? And I know people view Mario Kart as like, oh, it's just a rinky-dink game that everybody gets. But look at how many hours people spend on it, you know? There's, there's a lot of enjoyment you get out of Mario Kart. Does that justify the price? No, value is very subjective.
Not enough cheap people in the chat for this. I agree. I agree.
This is something where maybe on a Saturday stream, I get a lot more traffic on Saturdays. Okay. Alright, we're going to be attaching the diode now. Actually, no, I can't because it's too high. Oh wait, no, not so much. It's hanging off the side. Let's make this connection. some reinforcement on the board. What the heck is going on? It's like not wanting to make a connection. Oh, don't tell me. Gotta be kidding me. The trace, it got lifted. Oh no. There's too much torque on it. That's a pain. That is pain. Okay. Let's see if we can get this connection to work without there goes the pad. Oh, man, alright. Let me see if I can flip this around. That way this doesn't have as much strain on it. Maybe I could save it. Let's get this piece of tape out here. It's getting on my nerves. Alright, let's clean this up. See, it wants to lift up. Let's redo it. Get that away. Get another diode. Oh, this sucks. Might put the diode in the middle. Because the strain it puts on the pad is too much fatigue. It's too much.
this connection. Alright, that's a good connection. Nice. Let me add some strain relief right at the point. Nice. Now we just gotta worry about this side of the board with the lifted stinking pad. That's so frustrating, man. I have to generate a big bubble in order to make the connection. Not a fan of doing that, but at this point that's what's necessary because the pad lifted. Because I should have put the diode in the middle from the jump. So, alright. Big solder. Big connection. Alright, let's see what we can do here. See if I can hold it down and make that connection to that via. Why, man? Is there an alternate point? Thankfully that signal ends there, that's why it lifted so easily, but
if I could put a little piece of wire and make like a stake. Let's see. Murphy's Law. Murphy's Law. Okay, that seems to be small enough. We did it. I think we did it. I think we did it. Oh, thank goodness, man. Basically drove a stake. Nice. Alright. Be very careful cleaning that up. Thankfully that's not touching. Double check it. Nice. Nice. We saved it. We saved it. Boy, that would have been annoying. But now I know never put the component because it just puts too much torque on those very weak positions. Alright, so just tacking on some Kapton tape for strain relief. This one I'm going to put right over it. Small piece. Spin that back in. Alright. Jeez, finally. Let's go back to the overhead. Okay. Really hot in here. Seconds. Just gonna set the thermostat to something a little more comfortable. Okay, once you're happy with the points, I got any issues here. Console by power and connector programmer. Alright, we need to give the console standby power. I think at this point I'm going to just go ahead and install the heat sinks back with fresh solder paste. Just do that now. Ow.
this one. Alright. So we need to clean off these heat sinks. You know, that reminds me, I need to get plastic blades. For stuff like this, that'd be perfect. Interesting. Excuse me. That stuff's really on there, huh? Of course, it doesn't want to come off. Oh, there it is. Got a flat blade here. Scrape this off. Very shallow angle. Scores it a little bit, but that's alright. Liquid compound, the thermal compound should fill in those gaps, no problem. Alright.
the thermal compound on there just yet. No, it's all over my glove. No. Why? Oh, I cleaned up pretty well. Okay. These things are so annoying. They were not only hard and annoying to put on, now they're annoying. Or to take off, now they're annoying to put on. Oh boy. Slipped. Literally what I was talking about how when you slip, it'd be problematic. Alright, I'm gonna take a little break right now. We'll be right back.
are back.
We are back. We are back. Just had to use the restroom real quick, but we are back. Oh, where are my gloves? Oh, lift them over there. I'll be right back. Let's get back into the thick of it. No KSI. So we need to keep fighting this X clamp to get it in there.
Nice. X clamp is on. Gloves keep snagging on all these little tabs. And wires are still good. Nice. Let's get this cap back on. There's more than plenty of thermal compound. There's a set orientation to this thing. There probably was, actually. I had to guess, I'm pretty sure it was like this. Oh yeah, I can just go back in the mod. Check. Let's see, before I remove the heat sinks. Yeah, so fins were in the same orientation, vertical. Nice. Nice. Let's roll these spools of solder back. Area a little cleaner. Grab things as we need. Now we need standby power. We need the power of standby. Another Xbox. Do you do PS2 mods? Hey, G Barino, sorry, I just noticed you. Welcome to the late night, the graveyard crew. Back you are. Oh, my dad said that. I do PS2 mods. I actually have my personal PS2. I did just something light. This is the Silent Noctua fan mod, as well as the SSD mod, so I could run games off this SSD. This one, the disk drive stopped working, and I couldn't find a replacement part, and this is my personal unit. So I figured, you know what, because I have a good amount of PS2 games, I'll tell you that. So I figured, you know what, let me just back up the ones I have, and that way I don't have to keep worrying about switching discs or finding them or all that good stuff, because once you get a lot of games, it gets kind of out of hand. But good to see you, G Burrino. GB boy. It's time to glitch your console standby and connect your programmer. So I need to give this thing standby power. Since this thing will be powered up, I am going to put an ESD bag underneath it to insulate it. Just like that, insulated from all the screws and everything. Alright, so now we need standby power. So let me get the power supply. Customer supplied power supply. We're gonna give this thing some juice. What a power brick. That is a brickety brick. OEM too. Surprised it works so well. Capacitors are still good and all that good stuff. Alright, it should have standby power. Alright, and now let's connect our programmer. RGTag, or Raspberry Pi programmer. Right. And I will share my screen so I can show you guys what's going on. Can this be put to the side? No. Okay. Alright, I am sharing my screen with you guys. So following this guide still, we're on step 4. Once you are happy with the points that are connected properly and your NAND cables are installed, it's time to glitch the console. Give your console standby power and connect your programmer. Alright, we did that. Made sure we had the latest of JRunner with extras. Step 1, identify your console. Press the question mark. Click on the question mark right here. Checking console, flash config, unrecognized flash config. Alright. I think I saw a video where that was, or a note about that. Let's see, issues. No, it's not this one, it's Pico Flasher issues. If you get error, check your program wires before continuing. Okay. Well, I'm getting unrecognized flash config. Alright, let's work on that then. So you plug in your console. Alright, so we're getting this little issue here. I'm trying to do some troubleshooting. One said plug in your console, then launch JRunner, then plug in your programmer. Wonder if all that handling. Alright, I'm seeing something. RGH3 is very hit or miss on some fat consoles. If you have issues or strange booting behavior, your console might not be playing nice with RGH3. I would strongly advise using RGH 1.2, which I think I saw that already. Yeah, I need to use RGH 1.2. Okay. Oopsie. RGH 1.2. I think we might need to. Looks like the process is completely different for these. RGH3 is very hit or miss. That's why if you have issues, RGH3. Yeah, I think I need to figure something out. Might have to look into RGH 1.2. I was hoping I could do this with RGH3, but it looks like it's not working. I'm getting this error, this unrecognized. I don't want wonder if I can just manually select the console. Hey Dad, you still there? Yes, sir. Oh, nice. I think we might have to call it for the night, sir. I think the guide I was using may not work for this particular console. Yes, sir, you have to go to work. Yeah, I do. You have to go to work. Not me. Me either. Oh, Mr. Gauze is still here. That's cool. Yeah, I wish I had better news, but I think your particular Jasper may not work with the RGH3 method. I think I have to do the RGH 1.2 method. Can't help you with this one. I know nothing about games. Yeah, I know. This is one of those things. The guide had all the instructions for this console though. It's just like right when I get to this point, it's not working. But I double checked my solder joints. Let me double check them again. Or all my positions. I was handling the board. Let me see if maybe something got loose. And this thing is live now, so let me not probe with a metal tool. Those connections look good. That connection is solid. Those connections are good. Like, I don't understand. I think it's just a compatibility issue at this point. Blows. I think this is why most people, they recommend doing it with a slim console, but we're gonna make this thing work. Raspberry Pi is good. Raspberry Pi Pico is good. Sometimes it's good to sleep on things and regroup another day. Yeah, I agree. It's just annoying. I hate that. So annoying, man. So no dance today, no W. Unfortunately, no. I think it's, I wouldn't say no W. I'd say prolonged. I think Like, this is prolonging the inevitable. I'm gonna do some more research on this thing. Even though I felt like I've done a ton already. No drop frames, nice. What the heck? Read NAND. I did see someone on a forum mention that when they did it with the Raspberry Pi method, they might have had an issue. But the Raspberry Pis that got delivered to them were like inauthentic. That's been read. That was fun to watch. Good night. Yeah, Mr. Gus. Sorry we didn't get it working today. It's just gonna take a little bit longer than I was hoping for, but we will get it. It was nice to have you in the stream and in the chat. Thanks. I gotta figure out why it doesn't want to work. I almost want to get a better JTagger on order, an X flasher. I think I'm gonna get an X flasher on order. I'm gonna order it tonight instead of doing the Raspberry Pi method. Time is it 2:18? Yeah. Well, alright everyone. It's nice to have you here. This was the first time streaming on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. Fortunately, we didn't get it 1000%, but I think we did pretty good. Pretty good. I'm gonna end the stream here. Yeah. And then we will pick up another time with this particular console when the rest of the components come in. That's what we'll do. Alright everyone. It was nice to have you here. I'll see you later. Peace.